Morning, welcome. So we're back. Sorry I had to cancel stream a little early last night. I wasn't feeling particularly great. Uh, I am feeling a bit better today, although not quite, you know, not quite right, but a lot better than I was for sure. Sorry, I'm just a little distracted. It looks like for our um, YouTube viewers, we might be having some stream issues today. Apparently the resolution we're streaming at is not supported on YouTube. So if you're on YouTube and you are seeing artifacting and issues, then I recommend switching over to Twitch if you can. If not, just let me know in chat. I will once the stream is over, or if it's too bad during stream, we'll try and address it. I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue just because I'm looking at the live feed now and everything looks, I mean, it's letterboxed, but it doesn't look bad. Okay, so I am still having a little bit of brain fog, which isn't helping. But between not feeling particularly great last night and then our little youngest cat deciding that that meant I needed the healing purrs, didn't get much sleep last night. The cat cuddled with me for like 4 hours, which was great. Don't get me wrong, but also you can't move a cat while they're laying on you. So I didn't get great sleep. I did make good progress last night though. Let me just switch over to code. Um, when we got off stream, we had just finished uploading our build and we're making a little bit of progress, but not much. Since then, I did get the animations done for our sprite textures. So, and then of course, finished off and incorporated the spacebar animation. So this is working now. Our sprite object should be working as well. I went through and it's not a full state machine. In order for it to be a full state machine, I need to encapsulate it a bit more. But I have effectively the core of a state machine, which we can see if we go to our game manager. It's not a standalone state machine. It is incorporated into our game manager, so everything has access to everything if I need it. But you can see here, we're just kind of, depending on which scene you're in, it can perform different actions. This is our main menu, of course, although I do still need to handle this one a bit more, but I've kind of skipped it for now. I introduced this select card and cleaned up our card selection logic, so now, based on which scene you are currently in, it will create the items list as a vector of entity pointers, and then it will do, if it's a button, then it handles the increment this way. If it's our sprite, it this way, and then if it's our, these are the only two we care about, right? And so this is how it sets state to, um, this needs to be the idle state. So it'll set state to idle, and then it'll transition over to selected. I should make this selected like I did for selected. And we can do it here as well. That way it's a little consistent. I thought about changing this so they use the same enum for this, but then I came to the conclusion that card state is likely to end up with more down the road. Um, right now, our UI elements are just kind of either sit there or animate, is kind of the intention as you transition select. But this will do the select transition. Um, button entity is a bit of an outlier, but from this point forward, this case should handle select for all entities we want to use because card is a um, step up from sprite. Technically, button No, button works off of text entity. I think button also has yeah. So button's texture map is significantly more simplistic. It's either like it has a pointer from state to thing. There's no animation for it. We might have to change this down the road. And if we do, I think I will take text entity and turn it into a component instead of a class definition. So right now we're using it through inheritance. Um, but in the future, if we want our buttons to animate as well, I think the plan will be to add a like text node. I don't know what I want to call it as a property, which does the rendering and all the situational stuff that text entity needs to do, but it'll just be a field. That way I can have button just be a enum type definition applied to sprite. Because if you look at this, there's the only difference between this and sprite is sprite has a more complex state transition on its animation map instead of just the textures, and it has a um, and then button has rendering of text. So this is realistically the difference between the two, and then this has been dumbed down for button. Sprite is done. At least I think it's done. Done enough. It now handles with an internal timer. There was some weird finicky stuff to get that working. They use a callback, but callbacks in C++ are weird on how they're handled, and so I'm unfamiliar with it. So getting it a in a working position took me a while. Um, but we do now have callbacks that will progress through the state, and then we have a loop. By default, it's true, but you can set it to false, and it will just loop until it hits the final state and stay, which is what we're using for the cards and the spacebar. This means our frame logic, while it is on the main thread still, because of course we have not implemented any multi-threading. It is asynchronously being processed, um, so we're using timers for that. So this allows us asynchronous processing at least of this logic, and it's not something that gets updated during the render loop. So all of the transition of animations on their timing schedule and all that stuff is decoupled from the render logic, and then render logic is its own separate loop when it calls. Um, and then of course we still have the render function. I introduced a type definition here so that I could simplify our screen manager. We now check for the entity type. I should also probably update our card manager. Now that we have this get type, we can do a simple switch case. And so for entity, which is or for sprite, which is a built on top of entity, we just need to call render and pass just the renderer. For button, which is built on top of text, we need to pass the font so it has an overloaded renderer with font. And then we introduce card, which extends sprite, so it still needs the renderer, but also takes in the position and sizing details. And so the reason I did it this way is I want the cards to be centered and laid out based on numbers. So if you have one card, it's just the center of the screen. If you have two, then they would pop side by side, and then three would have the middle card centered, then two off to the side, stuff like that. That's kind of what I'm going for here. I don't know how much that we will be able to get in, but the mechanisms are there for us now. What else? If we hop over here, let me just add a note. entity now has a type you can't use to clean this up. The main reason I added type was all of my if statements included this, which was creating a pointer and dynamic casting, which gave me two concerns. One, I realized I'm not cleaning these up. I think these are just references to a cast version and not creating a new memory footprint, but I wasn't completely sure on that, so I need to test it either way. And then two, this is performing a bunch of logic. Not a bunch, but a little bit of logic. Whereas, and it has to, like, if this is the case we landed on, then it has to do it both of these times and both of these times. So it's now casting this 4 times to do this. It was worse in the other situation. If you were in the final case, it would cast like 6 times. Um, so adding the type allowed me to drastically simplify that and remove a bunch of computation. So I'm going to do the same here. The what else? I'm going to do that. Oh, card entity. This is, with the exception of index offsetting, cards are more or less done. I just need to add all the textures for them. I was going back and forth on this, and originally I was thinking about adding um, text overlaid on the card, but I think the decision I landed on is I'm just going to create the card image with text directly on it. I think they'll look a little bit better. Uh, we will see though, how depending on how long it takes me. Also, I wasn't planning. I was trying to avoid using text as much as possible, so we don't have to do translations, which means I want the cards to kind of use pictures to depict what they're doing, and then our HUD will utilize those same pictures. It's kind of the idea. I'm handling hooks through the stuff I learned about callbacks, and so I'm creating my own. I don't know what SDL call is, but this is the format they were using to create callbacks, and it's it's accepting it as a definition. There's probably a better way of handling this, and I need to look into it. There's probably a built-in way that doesn't require an SDL call reference, but I need to look further into how to create these. But it is accepting it, and so the concept here is when you create a card, you add a mutator to it, and this is a callback function that takes the data and returns the data. It should be returning void star. So it takes in data and then returns the data. And then when a card is selected, we now have this target entity that is this is the card you're currently hovering. So this is your current selected. And this works for buttons as well. And so when you perform the long press, with the exception of this section here that needs to be reworked still, it selects a card. Select card does a couple different things. It pushes it into a selected cards array. It clears the target, and then it does a scene change. I think also I need to set selected to 0 and no, select set default selected when a scene loads. This to do doesn't belong here, I don't think. Like like we're doing here, we need to handle this as well. I think also to do vectors contain a pointer to next may no longer need index. I have to come back to this. This might solve two problems for us. Uh, this is our state machine. So, sorry, this one's not. This is our how we handle selection. This one's our state machine, or at least a large chunk of it. And so this does all of our transition between the different states. So if you're on new game, you get cards rendered. You select across those cards, which are options for what you can select from, are generated here. So this is our items. We are rendering out all scene elements, and then we're getting this specific scene element, which is all cards for the scene. So once you select a card, you are in a scene and you've now selected a card. Well, this is your next cycle, and so card selection or select card um, just pushes it into our selected cards, clears the pointer, and then moves you to the next scene. Pretty straightforward. The next scene, we still need to finish that in some places. Like we are not tracking our day-night cycles right now. Night cycle has some conditionals that need to be handled, like it can either move to day or in cycle, depending on the game state, stuff like that. So I haven't done any of the conditionals. I just did the static ones that transition day to night, new to day, stuff like that. The cut and dry cases. But this is where all of our scene transition logic goes. And so we just need to go through and add our conditionals, do some day tracking and stuff like that, and our state management is all done. Um, Hence why I've been kind of referring to this as our state machine. It takes in all of the information, or it has all of the information to act on a given state, and then encapsulates it so the logic is contained within a state to transition from that state to the next state. Technically, you can bypass this and jump directly to a state, but technically you can do that on state machines as well. Um, I've just kind of spread the state cases and what's within a state visually into one object, um, or one manager, and then I have the logic behind states and their transitions in another manager. So, um, yeah, pretty much we're down to I need to create our cards. If we pop over to our scene manager. So you haven't created any cards. This is our menu buttons. This is the background stuff. And so here's our space bar icon in the global HUD. So it's always in the bottom right corner, and I'll show you that here in a second. Assuming it runs. I was working on my laptop and I haven't tested it. Um, all we need to do is go through and populate these with instances of new cards. They stay within this container. We get references to them added to our structure. And then the concept is that at the end of a cycle, we have a vector defined here. So we have a vector of our cards that this is all cards you've selected to date. And so the intention is that at the end of a cycle, we can take all cards you selected, push this elsewhere to just store your history, but also we'll keep a cached version of what the current state is, and we can just mutate and update. So as items get pushed to this, we can make the mutation and keep the cache version. But because we are maintaining this, we can actually create the historical view going all the way back. And so the concept here was that I will create a game, because our product is a game. Um, it will have default values. Then all modifiers, positive and negative, will get applied through this and mutate on that. And so you want an RPG, well, it's going to increase certain, I'll probably simplify it down to straightforward statistics like complexity and time. I will likely keep those decoupled. And the reason for that being is that when it comes to programming, you can have things that are extremely complex but don't take particularly long, and then vice versa. You can have things that are extremely low in complexity. They're very simple to think about, but they're just monotonous and they just take days. Um, think like data entry jobs. You don't have to really think about it. You're just typing data from, copy pasting or typing data from one spot to another. Low complexity, but you got a lot of data. It take a lot of time, and so I like that concept, and we probably won't do it immediately, but it does enable us to do things like junior developers. Junior developers are great when it comes to low complexity, high time cost tasks because they can, if it's a low enough level of complexity, they can do it on their own without intervention. It's also something that you can automate, and so it enables us down the road if we wanted to introduce a semblance of automation. And so we have in the game industry, it's a little bit different. Um, but in software industry, you might have um, data migration tasks. Well, if you've got a senior engineer that knows what they're doing, they can create a script that will do this. And you might have scheduled data migration that has to happen on a regular basis, where you can completely automate it out. Or you can throw junior engineers at it that just are like, follow these exact steps. It just takes time, kind of thing. And so it gives us the flexibility down the road that if we wanted to create a system of subtasks that have specific hires that can fill them, um, like we need system design. Well, system design can only be handled by our most senior of engineers at our company we're building. So we start projects with system design. During that time frame, that means our other people might not be able to do anything if it's a linear process. Like we maybe we can start on some infrastructure stuff. And so we would start creating our games as an encapsulated set of tasks with specific requirements that you need to fulfill. And if you're the people you're throwing at it aren't fulfilling it, then it might come with some sort of cost. And so you would then need to choose, we could have the system choose for you to make it keep it simple. But do you throw junior engineers at the problem? It's like it's going to be 100 hours, and a senior engineer can do it in 100 hours. A mid-level might take 200, and junior might take 300. But you got 5 junior engineers and 1 senior. Do you just throw all 6 at it, and now it's a 30-hour, you get it done in a day or two? And technically, that's not actually how software would function, but from an asset management standpoint, it kind of is. So it gives us that. I think it gives us a lot of flexibility to keep those separated out like that. But regardless, we're going to introduce some sort of game object that we're creating. As we're pushing into this array, I think one we have to change. I think this is going to become a vector of vectors, each of which being a um, game object you're working on. And then it will have its vectors of selected cards. And so that way we can encapsulate, you are always working on, you know, game object latest. Within it, you have the actions taken or cards selected, whatever we call it, modifiers. And so at any point in time, we can calculate the current state by base object state mutated across all entries, is kind of the idea there. Um, and then it would also encapsulate itself so that we can, as we add to it, it can update its own state. And the reason I want to go this approach is that if we have a concrete, this is what a new entry looks like, and then all downstream stuff from it are like modifiers, all we need to store is all modifiers that happened as card references, and we can completely recreate the gameplay for a user. We wouldn't be able to see all options they had, but we can see all option paths they took. We can then store this. We can utilize it to determine how frequently are each cards chosen. Um, we can't compare it to other cards, but we can at least see this card was chosen this frequency across runs. We would be able to start tracking information about how many games on average people are crafting. Like it just gives us all the information we need to recreate. Like technically, if all we would have to do is inject step by step the card options, I would need to add onto each card. I would need to rework things a little bit, but we could recreate and watch the gameplay through this if we wanted to. Again, we would only ever get one card option, but we could see the card choice happen, calculation, card choice happen, calculation, and so on and so forth. And so the goal here is that this is a recreatable instance. We are going to have to do some RNG, I think. No, I don't think we do any RNG that's not through the card system. Reason for that being is that the second we add RNG through other metrics, the second we add RNG that's not through the card system or tied to our card system, we remove our replayability factor, like the replay system potential, because we cannot recreate that without additional tracking details. But if we say, for example, we have RNG events, the RNG aspect of these events is we don't know when they're going to trigger or what card sets they're going to have, and we wouldn't track that. But you chose a card, so there is a RNG event card in your vector now. Girl, I think you need to hop down. This is Nadine. I don't know if you guys have gotten a good look on her. She's the second youngest. I think she's 3 years old. She might be four now. But I'm torn on what path we want to do on that, just because it. I think this is the correct path to do. Update this to a vector of vectors to track game selection. So that'll solve that. Hi. I think the first thing we want to try and do is just run it. Let's see if it'll let me run. Yeah, I didn't think so. I wrote all of this last night, chugged through all of this conceptually, and I have not. It was late when I was done, and I haven't tried running it. So, position is it's part of sprite. No, it's even lower down than sprite, I think. Um, Passed in sprite though. It's the second field going into Sprite. This. The reason that I have this here is because we need to do the cleanup on it. Now, for the next field, animation map, we handle cleanup in here. So our sprites clean up their own animation maps because we had the intention of that coming through that way. Position is being passed down though. Is entity cleaning up position? It is cleaning up position. Okay, so we don't need that. Which means that can just go away. That solves one problem. Oh, this is saying I'm missing some switch cases. Much of that was actually intentional. Let's see if I don't think I'm missing any switch cases in this one because we have this large chunk here. That being said, I think this one is missing a bunch of cases though. So let's just add those down here at the bottom. Technically this is true. When you make a selection, you will be going back to main menu. We just don't have anything to select in here right now. And also, oh right, this isn't our select call anyway, so it doesn't matter. Case. Are there any cycle summary? Scene manager dot h. Oh, screen. Scene. Scene manager dot h. There we go. So we are chugging through our. I need to remember to. This is getting current scene, which is returning back our scene structure. Also scene structure. Okay. So it is this one. We do need to cover cycle summary at some point. Case game summary needs to be covered. Case we should have night cycle up here. I don't know why it's recommending it a second time. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, does that mean we also already have these? Let me just do it this way. Oh, I don't have collapses on each of these. That's annoying. Main menu should have one up here. Yep. Settings menu. New game. Yep. New cycle. Yep. Day cycle. Yep. Night cycle. Yep. End cycle. Yep. Cycle unlock. Yep. End game. Yep. Event timed. Event RNG. The cycle summary and game summary are actually scene components. We're not looking at scene components, so these don't need to be here. I think I was just missing the settings menu. It's anding these two together. We don't want that. It shouldn't be anding these two together. All of our cases here and below. Oh, sorry, here and above. Need a scene at the end. Overridden virtual function here. Declared override does not override a base class member. Also, I think nope, we do need that. Entity, no, you're not you just need virtual. This is the lowest level, I don't need anything beyond that. Since you have a template class sprite requested here. Calling our render function within the render function, which is an override. But does not override any member functions. Right. You directly inherit that, so we don't actually need this at all, I don't think. I think we can just call like so. Use of undeclared identifier entity. Entity type, part of entity. Oh, entity. Override. Call to non-static member function without an object argument. Give me just one moment. Sorry about that. Realized I left my phone in the other room. Thought I heard it ring. Alright, let's ignore this one for now. Get type, but does not override any member functions. You are inheriting from Sprite, which has a get type, which is a virtual override. It inherits from entity, which is a virtual get type. First off, let me just remove this and see if, no, because this is in card entity, declared here. Unknown type entity, did you mean button entity? Entity. Entity. So then you're gonna go up to here. Entity type, entity type. Alright, let's run that one. I think we're gonna have the same problem for text entity. And we're gonna have it for button entity. Let's try running that. Does that mean we can just remove override here? I thought it required override if it was a virtual. Or if it was replacing on the parent. And this is, right? I can, I guess I can just remove it and see what happens. Entity, entity type, const. Is not a direct or virtual base of card entity. Oh, right. Public. Interesting. Hey, nee, nee. I wonder if this is happening because I changed how we're generating all of the parameters being passed in, and so we've now deviated so far that it's no longer seeing it as an override. Okay. Uh, Texture is here, so we don't need that one. Position is this. Animation map is this. This is card entity, card state, initial state equal to card state idle, frame rate equal to 100, and loop equal to false, and then make this easy for me. Ah. What is this one? Anim position, initial state, and then I can get rid of that. There we go. And then I just need to fix animation map. Up here we've got a different name for it, I believe. Nope. I'm just gonna pull it from here just to see if this will fix it or not. There it goes. Alright, you are expecting texture, position, animation map, state, frame rate, loop. Just texture, position, texture, order matters. Let's see if that'll fix it. It's not a direct or virtual base of card entity. Well, let me undo all this. How do we want to handle this then? Let's do it as a component instead of through inheritance, which means nope. If we make this public entity, we import entity.h. We can then create a private in here that is sprite. Sure, we'll make it a pointer. Let's grab this object. No, actually, what AO was giving me a second ago. You gonna recommend it again? Nope. Okay. It's gonna be sprite new sprite with card state being passed in, and we're gonna need parentheses there. We do need to call entity. I should probably do that first to be consistent. We do need to call entity. It's going to take in, I believe, texture position, no, texture source position. So we'll do texture. Hi, welcome. This one's gonna be a little hacky. We now have our type definition. This should now allow us to override properly. And then we can render based on our internal sprite render. We do need to override render for this as well, to point to the sprites renderer. This one should be an override. This one should not be an override. Correct. Welcome, welcome. We're just going through and debugging some rendering logic that I made last night before I went to bed and was too tired to debug. Looks good. E Where is my, oh, it looks like our selection logic is buggy. And when we made both, we are making a game for the one button game jam. So all interactions are, there's only two ways to interact with the game. You can either tap a button to change what you have selected, which apparently we broke in my latest changes to simplify things, um, or you can hold, so long press. I not in game development. I am a software engineer by both degree and discipline. I've been doing video. I've been doing video game development for the last year-ish, on and off, just kind of hobby. So this is my third game jam. Um, but my primary profession up until the last 2 years has been a front end focus with web application development. So about it was either 2 or 3 years ago. I'd have to look. Um, I left Amazon, but I used to be a senior front end engineer at Amazon, and so when it comes to software engineering, I I've been doing it for over a decade since I graduated college. The last couple of years, I've been doing my own thing, and so it's been contracting consulting work. Whenever I want to take on a contract, and then it's been just kind of learning whatever I want outside of that. And so I decided a year ago that I wanted to learn game development. So I taught myself Godot and GD script, did some game jams, felt inhibited just based purely on how Godot does things. I felt like it was restricting me on what I could do, but also not only was it kind of like restricting me in ways, it was also just kind of very convoluted. And so I decided more recently that I was going to teach myself or relearn C++ because I did it in college, but I haven't touched it since. So I decided I was going to relearn C++ and just do some game development without a game engine, just so I can learn how game engines function better. And I've gotten a pretty good understanding of it so far. Um, I think we're going to switch back to Godot probably between this and our next game jam, just because when it comes to things like the logical side, like what I knocked out last night, and all the logic and how we're doing transitioning and storing state so we can like download a state from a user and then reenact all of their interactions from a gameplay standpoint. All of that super easy for me to do. All the rendering stuff is a nightmare though. Let me just zoom in a little bit so I can actually see this. How do you say me as an electrical engineer sophomore can break into this domain? I do DSA and C++. I'm not familiar with the acronym DSA. Um, so I can't say specifically on that, but if your goal is to get into C++, so when I went to college, I chose my college because it was an in-state engineering school for me because I wanted to become an architectural engineer. So I don't have so much of it anymore. I've got like an entire box of just like old drafting stuff. So like all the different hand tools you would use to hand draft and draw buildings for architectural design. And I don't have it here. I got rid of it recently. I used to have like an actual drafting table as well. Um, got it. Data structures. So, like I said, I originally went to school for architectural engineering, and then I changed my degree to electrical engineering while I was there, which got me into computer engineering because CompE was some of the required courses. I realized I really loved working on computer engineering stuff, so much so that I eventually left EE and went full time CompE. And then as we started getting more into things that were like software oriented, so we're talking from a CompE standpoint, it was low level, machine code stuff when we were writing drivers and those kinds of things. That got me into comp sci, and I really liked that. So I dual majored comp sci comp and I ended up realizing I could just graduate comp sci later on and just graduated. Um, so the transition path is kind of to each their own on how they end up there. If your goal is to break into the industry, it is a lot easier with a degree, obviously. If you're not, just because degrees open doors. That is their entire purpose is they can look at it and be like, you someone else did the interview for us essentially. We just need to make sure that you're not, someone we can't stand to be around. So that's really all a degree is going to get you, to be honest. So if your goal is to get into computer science and you want to start doing software development, I can't say specifically to the um, game dev side if that's your goal, although I imagine a lot of these parallels would hold true there. The first thing you can do, of course, is just do it. It is a lot easier when you go into an interview and they start asking you questions. It's a lot easier to have a good interview if you have projects you've worked on that you could fall back to and be like, I built this. This is what I learned. It doesn't have to be production products. It doesn't have to be shiny and fancy. It's just what you want to work on. Go work on it. And there's two real big reasons for that. Well, one outside of what I was just talking about of like being able to talk about it. The other one is if you have a portfolio of things that you want to work on that you've been working on in your free time, it gives you things you can, especially if you do like open source, for example, things you can share, and so you can show like, hey, I here's the code for it, or it gives you like it showcases this is an interest I have, and I'm willing to learn and dive into it. And so a lot of companies, not all, but a lot of companies are more willing to take risks and take chances with an unknown new to the industry if they have a huge passion for what they're doing and they've been doing it at least for a little while. You know what I mean? Coding right now is in a weird spot. AI is if you follow if you follow all of what people are saying, the people that are the loudest, the most vocal about it on social media platforms, which also tend to be the people that benefit the most from AI doing well, um, like the Y Combinator group that is constantly talking about how they now are 100 times more efficient, which would also mean that the things they used to build they can do now in less than 4 days what would have previously taken a year, which makes zero sense. Um, I've seen what AI can do from a coding standpoint. I spent the last, well, prior to the last like month or so, I spent a good 4 months just delving as deep as I could into it. Um, there, if you follow what they say, we're all doomed. But the reality is that with how we do AI now, they are large language models, which means they don't think they are statistical models that, given a context, they just find the closest thing that makes sense statistically and dump it in. Which is why while I'm typing, you'll just see me get pissed off and slamming escape repeatedly because it's telling me to like here. When I was going through on earlier, we were iterating through our state machine, and I was adding cases. This is not the state machine logic we were working on. Actually, I think it's further down. We were adding cases for our scenes, but I hadn't defined our scene, and so it was using all the cases for this. So it was just dumping them in, even though I didn't want them. So the logical thing, because I'm iterating through scenes on all of these and haven't added any other. Oh, I forgot to add that here. I haven't added any other like what I just recommended there. The I haven't added any other of our types anywhere in this case. All of these types are associated with this enum. Yet its solution was when it started recommending things was to jump to a completely unrelated enum. An enum that can't be returned as part of this function because you're iterating through options on an enum and this has enums, so we'll just dump all of them out. And it's like, no, well, if you actually thought about it for any time at all, you would know I'm iterating through one of the enums on this object, the one that can be returned here. So it's not, it has zero intelligence, even though it is called artificial intelligence. It is a statistical model. As long as that is the path we take for how AIs run, as a software engineer, your job is safe. Even if we get to proper intelligence when it comes to coding, they are still going to need people to give the direction on it. Now, that job changes as AI models get better and better, but it would require us a pretty big jump in computational complexity to move to models that are not just statistical outputs. You also have to keep in mind, just spend a little bit of time scrolling through GitHub, and you're going to see that a solid like 70 to 80% of code, if I were to guess, is hot garbage. Um, like I know that's harsh to hear, but you also have to keep in mind, like some of the code I wrote just a couple weeks ago in C++, I would consider hot garbage because I'm relearning C++, and so if if code directly improves based on time spent in there, you will also notice that the majority of GitHub's open source projects, with the exception, there's a handful of open source projects that are extremely well maintained and extremely solid, and they are products. They are existing maintained products. The majority of GitHub projects are not that though. The overwhelming majority, because anyone can just click make public and get a free GitHub repo and throw whatever they want. And so it gets just metric shit tons of free access to very low quality code. That's what these large, again, statistical models were learned on. They're not learning what is the best way to code. They're learning what is the most common way to code, which is a problem. And so, anytime you're dealing with AI, you need someone in its current state. You need someone that really knows what they're doing to just babysit it. Is one of the big things for it. And so, until we fix that problem, which I don't know if that's a problem we can fix, we're at least in the near future, we're gonna be in a pretty rough state on AI coding. So I wouldn't worry about it. Now, a lot of companies have started doing this thing where you will fail their interview process if you cannot use AI to code, which is a huge trap for me. If I enter an interview process and they say you need to know AI to get in here, and then I'll try and dive more into it because I had one recently, and they there's a yeah, I know, right? There is a distinguishment between based on because I know someone works at the company and I talked to them and they're like, yeah, we use AI, but it's all in hyper focused and babysitting. It's more like, yeah, exactly. Um, what they want you to be able to do is hop into a Git repo, run a prompt through some inline editor, and then showcase that within a couple minutes you can contribute to one of their open source repos with no context, just using AI to vibe code out something and then reviewing it. And that's what they wanted. I talked to one of their engineers I know beforehand, and they're like, "Yeah, that's not how we use AI. We when we code, everyone is expected to know AI pretty well because we will use AI to like find locations and inject things, but it's always really targeted, specific to what we're doing, and heavily babysat. That's because you can't trust it. And so it's great when I'm like writing code and it will auto fill out like a chunk of statements and it's like, okay, I wrote this case. And then I go to write this case and it's you can see it's almost identical. I need to fix this. I changed some things down here that actually makes this is gonna let me clean this up here in a bit. But it injects this line. And so that's a great use of AI when it's an inline editor like auto filling out the stuff you were going to do anyways, so you can just kind of skip past that line of boilerplate and move on. But when they're like, oh no, you need a vibe code, and so I ended up failing that interview because when I was adding code, I got the thing working. When I added it though, I used AI to help me find the location, did an initial prompt, reviewed and did all of the coding essentially myself with just using it kind of like I'm doing in here. And the response I got back was, "You did phenomenal on all of the um, like system design and knowledge base and all those things." So I passed all aspects of their interview, and then there was a but. We were concerned about your velocity with AI, so we're going to go with other. We're going to look for other candidates. And I'm like, really? You are so hyper indexed on a tool. It's like the whole React thing. We got a lot of companies that jumped on board with Facebook's React JavaScript framework, and they jumped on board so much that they threw out some of the best engineers in the industry because they weren't willing to use React or they hadn't learned React. The most ironic thing about it is, company, you're not Facebook. They built a framework for their product. You are not Facebook. Like, I can go and build the thing that most of these companies want without a framework, and it would be significantly more performant than React will ever be for their use case. Because again, they're not Facebook, and Facebook built React for their use case. And even then, it's starting to show some seams in it recently, which I think is hilarious, because they've tried to make it a little more universally acceptable. But so in the end, the best thing I can say is go build things that you want to build, whether it be games, whether it be software applications, whatever. I wanted to learn C++ again. I haven't used it in forever, so I did that. I wanted to learn game development because my first internship after my freshman year of college was with a development firm. I've always enjoyed video games. I've always enjoyed game dev. So I'm doing game jams. I used to do hackathons all the time just to try out different tech stacks and things like that back when I was younger and could pull all-nighters on the regular and stuff like that. Now I take on game jams that are like 1 to 2 weeks instead of software application projects that are expected to be done in 48 hours. But in the end, as long as you are having fun and you go in with a thing you want to learn, it will be useful for you. I don't expect what I'm working on here to turn into anything long term. If it's a great game idea and people really enjoy it, I am going to scrap about 90% of what we're writing and rebuild it in Godot, because the amount of work I have to do to build out one of these entities and get it to scale out is tremendous, and this game does not need the performance of low-level C++ writing. I would rather have the velocity of a game engine for something like this, and I'm probably going to switch back to Godot, to be honest, just because like the turnaround rates on with game jams is just too much. You know what I mean? Like, I need to be able to do so much in such a short period of time. It's just hard. Um, but it's interesting. I'm learning stuff. I feel a lot more comfortable with how game engines work. A lot of the stuff I want to get into now and experiment with, the amount of boilerplate and setup stuff to be able to even start on the things I'm interested in doing right now are so incredibly high that it just makes a lot more sense for me to just jump into a game engine and then just slap together a base thing and just let the engine function, just so I can jump straight into playing with shaders or whatever. Whereas introducing all the boilerplate stuff to get shaders working properly in here and scoped to the things I want and stuff like that is just gonna drive me crazy. So I can't do it. It's just that I want to play with shaders, but doing it this way, I'm going to spend the next week learning a bunch of other stuff to even get to the point where I can start writing shader code. Whereas in a game engine, I can do it in a day, and I'll be in there writing. I mean, hell, I could drop an empty scene in there with a little capsule, in a 3D scene, and then start playing with shaders immediately if I wanted to. So, all right, I'm gonna take a like 1 2 minute break and grab some coffee. I am out, and then I'm gonna come back and we will dive through the error cases that we're still getting for the code I wrote last night and see if we can finish getting the renderer back up and running with our new state machine for all of our scene transitions. So give me a minute. I'll be right back. coffee. Ready to get back into debugging. All right. So the first bug I noticed here is our interactions are no longer cycling. So I have to come back to it. We need to look into the update we did on short press. I wonder if this is innately making a copy of this. No, we can't pass that by reference. Yeah, you're welcome, man. Um, if you really want to get into the industry, I would recommend documenting your process for two reasons, and there are multiple ways to document it. This is one. You can stream. Um, I don't particularly recommend it. It is nice because you can have people that know what they're doing hop on and give you pointers on occasion, um, which is useful. But I have found doing this for a few weeks now that I can do about 5 times as much in the same amount of time, just not having people, just not worrying about people watching me. You know what I mean? It's that whole like whiteboarding coding problem. So if you struggle with interviews, whiteboarding, things like that, coding in front of people, streaming's great for that. If you just want to learn things and play around, it's probably one of the worst things for that. Yeah, I mean, it really is. And then, of course, we've got people that, pop in, want to chat, things like that. And so when you're a streamer, you are entertaining. That is the whole purpose. And so I, down that line, I will actually be decreasing how much time I spend coding on stream for that exact reason. It'll be more targeted, and I'm going to start transitioning my streams more towards like updates so that it can be more chat oriented and like here's a thing I did, let's walk through it, let's get feedback, those kinds of things. So I can still benefit from the streaming side of things in when it comes to like refining ideas and gameplay and showcasing things. Um, and I still will code on stream. It's just in a week, if I spend 5 days streaming in a week, I will get what I could have done off stream done in like 2 days. I did about as much last night, not feeling great, off stream, laying in bed on my laptop, as like a day and a half of streaming while feeling good. Yes, I do play games. I actually want to start getting a gaming stream going on here as well on a regular basis. We are going to spin up a regular playthrough or a regular being scheduled time for playing Space Engineers. I'm not sure if you are familiar with Space Engineers. I actually went through and got my local environment. I'm on Linux. So I went through and got it set up to where I could play Space Engineers on Linux. It's an interesting game, think Minecraft, but in space with a lot more math. Um, one of my buddies is a huge fan of Space Engineers, and so he's got all of the DLCs unlocked and everything. And so we were gonna set up time to just play Space Engineers on the regular. Unfortunately, he went and got engaged. So he's been on vacation in California with his, I guess now, fiance, um, and where he proposed. And so we decided we were going to do this, and then he ran off to California to get engaged. And so I'm waiting for him to get back so that we can actually schedule a time and get things set up. This past weekend we played Peak, which is also a fun little game. One of my other friends and I know, right? It's okay. My fiance's not watching the stream. Peak is a fun little game as well. It's this physics-based climbing, like co-op climbing game. It's pretty. It's like a cute little game. You can see here. It's like one of those cute little cozy-looking games. The the concept is pretty straightforward and simple. Um, my fiance actually just recently got that. She's gonna be playing that. She also wants to start streaming. I don't know if she actually will or not. Her and her friend play games every night, and they are entertaining to say the least. But this is a cute little game. You're trying to climb a mountain. As you climb through the different areas, you go through different biomes, and it just gets different challenges and things like that. They procedurally generate a new map every day and then upload it. And so everyone has the same map, and then it's like 24 to 72 hours. I can't remember if it's daily or weekly or what. Um, but every so often the map changes. It's a pretty fun game. Uh, I also play League of Legends just because I have a friend from back in college that's all he plays when he gets time away from the family. So we play that on occasion. I don't usually stream that though. Um, I have untold hours in like Skyrim and stuff, but I do play, and I will be playing more of these. I do play a lot of indie games as well, and so a lot of the core concept behind my game I'm working on now, which is a roguelike simulation, comes from it's not a indie game, but it's a fairly small niche game called GameDev Tycoon. Um, Yeah, I'm not a big fan. I do play a lot of survival games. Like I actually every now and then I'll go back to Minecraft, but I'm real bad about. I like survival games with technical aspects, so I'll go back and play Minecraft, and then it just devolves into me making random redstone contraptions and automated farms the entire time, and then I'm living in a dirt hut the entire. But this is actually one of the inspirations for the game we're building. So this entire like choose the game you're building and how you want to do it, run through the different stages. This is all how I'm handling it. Um, I actually played quite a bit of Rust. I probably got like 70 or 80 hours in Rust. It's an okay game. It was it didn't have the staying power for me. I don't like randomly get the urge to go play it like I do for Minecraft. Sometimes I'll just like randomly be like, I need to play Minecraft, and now I'll only play it for a few hours and I'll get bored again. Um, but maybe it might make it like 2 weeks if I'm lucky. But I just get the random urge for it because I just want to go, you know, play with their circuitry system. My most played survival game is 7 Days to Die. Actually, a game I want to get onto stream when it gets into a bit more of a stable situation, specifically on their multiplayer side, is Vane, which is a mashup of 7 Days to Die and Project Zomboid. Um, it's a super interesting game. The core concept, it looks and feels like 7 Days to Die, but the no build system. Instead, the map is a like Project Zomboid, where it has some randomized elements on it, but it's not a randomized world. It's set, and you cannot build or tear down structures. You can only reinforce them and modify them. So it's take Project Zomboid and then turn it into a 3D first-person game, and that's more or less what Vane is. Uh, I really like a lot of the mechanics that go into Project Zomboid. If you guys are familiar with Project Zomboid, it's the thirst system, the um, like all the interacting systems are really awesome. In Project Zomboid, it's a highly complex game. It's just Project Zomboid. If you guys haven't seen Project Zomboid, by the way, great game. If you guys haven't seen it before, Project Zomboid is a phenomenal game. Unfortunately, the graphics don't do it a service. Like the complexity of this game is truly insane. The Indie Stone, the studio, did a just like absolutely insane job. I was actually recently watching a documentary kind of YouTube video style on the Indie Stone, this company. Vane is trying to be a 3D first person version of this. I mean, Rust is an awesome game. Um, the one of the sticking powers for me on the survival games I play is the my friend group, and I have a lot of these games I'll mention. These are like 7 Days to Die and Project Zomboid in particular, and Vane, those that cluster. One of my technically I know him because his wife is the younger sister of one of my childhood friends. But he also was my DM like regularly of late, and he's one of the main streamers. Well, he doesn't do it anymore. He used to be one of the big streamers for. Staring at this isn't helping. I need to turn this off so it's flashing things aren't distracting me. Playotic. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Playotic, but they are a Twitch group that does a lot of D&D streaming stuff. He was for a long time he was one of the dungeon masters for their D&D stuff. That's another game I play quite a bit. Board games and like D&D and card games and things like that. I should try and get back into Rust. But that group of friends play a lot of 7 Days, Project Zomboid vein. Uh, and so that's why I tend to gravitate towards those because I enjoy survival games as well. It's also I play League of Legends because it's entertainment, and I have friends that play it. If it wasn't for them, I would never play League of Legends. You know what I mean? So when I play multiplayer games, I play it to enjoy it with friends. Most recently, I played, as far as non-multiplayer games go, most recently I played. I'm trying to remember the name of Potioncraft. This is the most recent game I played solo, like single player game I played. I do. I'm not a huge like puzzle game, but I made a game based off of this at one point in time. That was one of the first. That was the only game jam game I've done as a group. It was loosely based on this. We followed the same like 2D menu driven click on image style approach to the game with the same alchemy esque influences because we did it for a game jam that was all about the theme was shadows and alchemy. Um, but it was all based on uh, if you've ever seen 1800s alchemy drawings. See if I can find some example photos of old alchemical drawings. And so uh, I want actual alchemical drawings. Eh, if I can find it, here we go. This might not actually be one, but it's close enough to get the point across. The old alchemical like instruction manuals, for lack of a better word, were these weird combinations of images and I actually made the image smaller, zooming in weird. Um, I don't know, like symbology. It was all the instructions for recipe were told through this weird, specific to an individual alchemist's symbology. There were common traits across them, like when you see certain things, they typically meant certain like specific outcomes and stuff like that. But for the most part, it was unless you knew the alchemist and what direction they were taking, you didn't really know what the hell their recipe was. And so we built a game around this aspect. And so you were given a series of these like overlapping images and drawing stuff that were then used to determine what is uh, what is the like so like the given symbols might have different identifiers for different aspects. Kind of, yeah. And so the different symbols have different meanings, and the goal is to decipher what the meaning of each symbol is, and to just solve it as a puzzle. I'm not a big puzzle fan. I built this all with a small team. We had it was really just two of us working on it. There was four people in total on the team, but I built all of the JavaScript side of things, and then one other dude did all of the art. So aside from initially joining, like right in the beginning, and talking about what coming to helping come to a game design decision, that's about the extent of it. And so um, it's not very in depth. And since deploying, they've done some updates that caused some pretty massive bugs. Like all these the entire offset of this is all up, and so it should be. Is the downside of using HTML to render images. Um, the offsets are now broken. I'm not sure what changed that would cause that, but when we deployed it, these were down here. It's also randomized. So if we do that, you get a new recipe, and then there's different things that can get added. Again, this should be down here. It literally everything is just offset up. So I really liked his choice of artwork, and so we've got you know kind of we try to incorporate shadows through a themology style, and then we try to incorporate alchemy through a gameplay setting. But it was a fun little project. This was the first game I worked on. And like I said, it's all HTML, CSS, JavaScript. So we built that. And then later I built. Apparently, this is my library. Let's try that again. Dashboard. This is what I'm working on right now. This is what I built later, which is a like roguelike. This is when I decided to learn Godot, and so you can. I was playing around with. This was the built to scale game jam, and so man, is that hard to see. You can click to swing in a given direction. The weapons are decoupled from the character model. The again, it is like a Vampire Survivor Light is kind of the core concept for it. And there's two primary scaling mechanics. One is the character's weapon actually scales. Um, the and the other one is like quantity of enemies, and that one scales up pretty quick. It's all RNG, and so you can get real unlucky with getting the scaling mechanics. But if you get them and you get them in a series of, you know, cases where you just get like four of them in a row or something like that, the sword or the glaive or whatever will be just massive. but each weapon is detached from the character and has its own animation and its own hitboxes and stuff like that. There's two ways. I'm trying to remember what the was it right click? No. If I remember correctly, the game, I think the spear, and so I introduced you can jab, and then each weapon had like a special that they could do, and so you can actually just sit here and channel this. But it was a fun little game. I was learning the Godot engine for it. I was teaching myself GD script and stuff like that. On a browser, so we can't actually exit out. But it was a fun little one. Like I said, the alchemy game was a lot of it was based off of potion craft from a thematic standpoint and from a um, like menu based gameplay design. The roguelite, it's not fast enough paced was the problem. The so it like it was polished from the sense of everything was it was bug free. There was no issues with any of that, but it needed more like fluidity to the movement and things like that that I just couldn't do in a. I think that was a 72-hour game jam. That one might have been a 5 day, not 3 day. Um, but I was doing solo in a short period of time, and so I just couldn't get the polish where I wanted it at. And then the other problem was is that it's just RNG. There's no point to it, I guess, is the like you don't there's no it's not a rogue light, it's a rogue like, which means there's no progression system to it. I'm not tracking score or anything. Um, there's no like win case. There's some performance issues as well. Like I had to do a bunch of performance things. Yeah, each run is unique, but it's still like there's no real purpose or rhyme or reason to it, and it's there's not enough going on to make it engaging. So this is going to be a slower, more strategy focused roguelike because I really enjoy roguelikes. Um, but it's going to have more depth associated with it is kind of the goal we're going for here. Speaking of, I really need to focus on this uh, bug that I was working on earlier. I think the play is to just do the transition to get rid of the index. I don't like how we were doing this anyways. But I think our underlying problem here is that card selection is not working correctly. So, not card selection. I think index is updating. I think our problem is that under short press, when we run this, I think the problem we're running into is that our um, state update isn't working correctly. No, that wouldn't be right. If we have, do we know when a scene is being loaded within here? I don't think we do. I don't think we have a trigger for scene load either. Okay. We do have scene manager though. So we could get no. this is the setup. So we always know is it should always be in this case. I'm wondering if we should handle this, store it, and handle it as part of the scene transition. Because this is getting our items. If we then instead of storing, let me just pop open game manager.h. Instead of storing our selected index, if we pop that out and we instead store we are already storing targeted entity, even better. So if we have a target entity, doesn't know the next within it, I don't think it would. I think this is no, it's not. It's not going to modify it in any way. It's just going to give us. So what we really need is yeah. What we really need is a reference to the index we're looking at, to be honest, which is what we were doing before. We don't even need technically target entity. And I think how we're handling this is probably what's causing issues. So if instead of doing that, we run it like so. Um, we don't need target entity. We just need to take, oh right, we'd have to store items in that case. That's why we were storing target entity. If we run, it should be falling into this case. So let's just start there. Oh, right. Do I have, no. All right, we have SDL's logger that we can use. I don't need to include that. I can just do SDL log. That's not correct, but I just need to print literally anything work. Yeah, it's just not doing the transition. The selection is working correctly. Double free or corruption. Space icon. So scene manager is cleaning it up here. Game entities, does this include? First off, if we just do not equal to null pointer. I think it's this, which is not actually setting to null pointer, which would, that's not going to change anything here. So this is being cleaned up elsewhere. It shouldn't be. This should be the only spot where it's getting cleaned up like that. Well, weird. Well, we solved the error either way with that check. This cleanup logic, so it's not super important. That's highly performant or anything. So our problem. Oh, right. This is how we were doing it before, I'm pretty sure. I don't think this has changed. All that's changed is we're now using a reference to our entity instead of the entity itself. It is going into the case. It should be setting state to idle. State equals to current state, which should be updating. Let me just make sure this is being called. SDL log. It should just spam the console. I need to press space before double free or corruption. Fast hop. It's got to be tied to the reference then. Game entities is 2 layers deep, which means this should be deleting this. So let's set entity equal to null pointer here, and then we can entities.clear. That's doubling up. We'll just do that. This should no longer be needed because this is one of our game entities. Just clear that to be certain, and then game entities itself is also no, it's an ordered map. Wait, create card entity. All right, that was a placeholder. And then when this is done, we want to do game entities.clear. I don't know why some of these get different tab indexes than all the others, even though it's set in here. All right, let's get rid of this error. Also, it's not calling our render, which means entity button. Okay, so if we go to scene manager, it looks like our logic for iterating through on screen manager, right? All right, here we go. think I might have to actually cast all of these cases, and I can't do the fallback. Because if that's what's causing it, then the solution would be button entity. It also means this needs, no, just to be safe, I should probably do that. All right, seg fault. We shouldn't actually have any sprites rendering, to be honest. Let's just do this for now. I want to see what fails to render. Good, good. We do have a sprite. Our button is a sprite. I forgot about that. That's fair. Thanks for joining me, man. And good luck if you decide to get into software development. Our spacebar is a sprite. I forgot about that. We're seg faulting on that most likely because where is our render function? Here we go. Interesting. Let's just do this for now and see if we can avoid that. It uses the exact same render function, so it shouldn't be an issue. No problem. And feel free to come back and join and ask questions. Right now I'm streaming 5 days a week. So I started streaming about 2 hours ago. So it sounds like it'd be about 10 p.m. for you. And I will be streaming for another 4 hours. Um, so I stream daily this time, weekdays, so Monday through Friday. Today is Friday for me. Um, so you're welcome to join. I will be changing that at some point. You can also find my Discord linked as well as my Twitch chat linked in the, whatever page you're looking at. Yeah. Well, thanks for joining me. Like I said, join the Discord. We can chat on there, stuff like that. You can see what we're working on. I will be transitioning out of game dev, not transitioning out. I will be adding non-game dev software focused work to the stream in February. I run and maintain a Discord bot, and I want to create a new one for streaming related stuff, and so I'll be doing all of that on stream. I'm just focused on some game jam and learning C++ right now. Okay, so if we jump to our SDL log, remove that. Night, man. That. And then in here. Okay. Let's try this again. Sorry, a little spacebar going. The animation is looking pretty good, I would say. All right, so we need to create some cards to render. No, we fixed that render issue. That typecasting is a little weird, but okay. So let's go to our scene manager, CPP. We are wanting to set up a create card block to just simplify this. The intention is to take in a texture. Um, so this is where it gets weird. I think it would be best, it would be a lot more simplistic to have one texture and overlay text over it through the font system. However, that means we're using font. That means we're using text. And one of the things I wanted to avoid was text for everything. I wanted to create images. So this means that we're going to have to do some design stuff today to figure out images. Which is going to be the majority of the time remaining today if we do go that route. Uh, we need to figure out what all of our stats are, and then some sort of icon for each stat. We can have, green up arrow, red down arrow, just for simplicity. To show increase and decrease in complexity. We could also put text next to it, I guess, if we wanted to, but maybe plus minus. I'll think about it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, stretch my legs, get a little bit of movement in as well, and so give me 2-3 minutes, and I will be right back. All right, I was thinking about it. I made a clone of an image, so we have a texture for simple background stuff. Um, the problem is, if we go to texture manager, the problem is that for each texture we introduce, it adds a new entry to this enum, so that we have a lookup case for a given texture, so we don't have to reload it every time. So it goes into our texture cache, which means every single card ends up with a new entry here and a new entry here to be referenceable. I guess there's nothing inherently wrong with that. It just means that as we introduce more and more of these cards, we get a larger and larger reference object. But it has to be stored somewhere. The alternative would be we create the card, the card sprite for the background, and then make that referenceable. All of them to get the same texture, in which case we no longer need to supply texture as part of this function call, um, which technically we wouldn't. We would be supplying something like this. We can do something like that, and then which would allow us to do texture manager get texture name. We now have texture. What all does this need? Oh, we need some sort of mutator callback. Really? We don't need that. We do need that. All right. So now we just need to provide the texture name, and it will generate a card. And then eventually we would also have this, so that each card could have its individual functionality. That would be an option. We could encode all of that into here. So this becomes a big block of logic, kind of like that does, where we do a switch case on texture name. And so every texture, when referenced, would get a card entry. At that point, though, I think it would make more sense to have this just generate all cards and dump out a vector. That'd probably make the most sense. No, that wouldn't make the most sense. The reason that wouldn't make the most sense is because if we look at this, this is designed so that we take in cards in different sections. So we would need to be able to create a card by name. It would be nice to only have to do name and not all of this stuff along with it, you know what I mean? So that's probably what we're going to do. We will handle this through a switch case to encode all the logic into here. Once again, use the damn default settings. Use spaces, default. Why? If we do a switch case on texture name, we can then do we would have to do every single alternative. Kind of unfortunate, but it will complain if we don't do this. For now, it does nothing, just pass it along. And so we should be able to create our first card. I wish there was an easy way to collab. collapse this. Game modifiers should be the first set of cards we see when we are looking at new game. So cards, game modifiers. Here we go. This is a, okay, so we need to call create card entity. We'll provide it the texture reference. Let's do that. See if it renders. We're gonna have an issue with selection stuff, but we can at least see if it renders. It does not render. Why are you not rendering? It should have. Oh, I just realized it might be rendering. Well, let's go ahead and make our actual card entity then. We want a new file. What's a card look like? If a button our spacebar is 32 by 32. So if this is 32 by 32, I kind of want our cards to be this entire size right here. I feel like that's almost a perfect size for a card. Maybe slightly shorter and just slightly, ever so slightly thinner. So let's go look at our. Nope. Main menu buttons. Each button is 32 tall, 128 wide. So I'm thinking we might do, because 128 is nicely divisible by 32, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. It would be ideal to have multiples of 16, I think. So let's do 16 times 7, because 16 times 8 should be 128, yeah. So 16 times 7. I like that ratio. So we'll use that as our width. Our height is 32, 32, 32 plus 48, 48, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 32. So it's 32 times 6, which would be 16 times 12. Maybe we do 16 times 10, so 160. I think that might make our cards feel a little too wide. So maybe 16 times 11 is our play here. That would keep the same aspect ratio we have now. Let's see how it looks. Width of 112, height of 176. Maybe? The next step down would be 160 on height. not as bad as I thought it'd be. Let's go with this. To start things off, let's use the line tool. Let's bring it in here. Two. So it's 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. All right. So we got to start. And then let's do, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Try again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then we want to tap in right about there. I'm trying to do rounded corners. Alright, let's then erase. I think we might be better off doing something like this. Let's try that again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, let's go further. Let's just erase to here. Erase to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then let's bring it in where it looks good. I don't think these numbers are even. I think one of these are off by one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, let's just make it nice and easy. Boom, 2, boom. Let's get you a nice curve in. How does that look from a distance? I think that might be too rounded. So let's undo it. Let's bring this in by 2. So 1, 2, 1, 2. We then want to erase that, and then we will do our curve from here to here. All right. Yeah, that looks better. All right. Let's just repeat what we did there. We erased 1, 2. So erase over here, and then 1, 2. 1, 2. 2. 2. again. That's what I need. It's a nice outline. All right. I just realized something. This is so close to the full size of the shape that we don't have room to do anything from a animation standpoint. So I think this might be our selected, where we try and expand it up. So let's add a new empty frame before. How do we add a new frame before? Let's just do new frame. And then we will delete. Okay, not what I meant to do. All right, so we brought it in 2. Let's do 4 this time. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, we need to bring that in one more. Here we go. Just start here. We'll go all the way down to 1. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, that. And so we should be able to fit our eraser tool here. Perfect. And there. Grab this, straight line across, and then eraser tool there. And then we can repeat going up. And then we can take eraser tool and pop this over to there. Let's keep the same ratio. We brought it in 2 on either side, so we don't need the 2 on here. The curve on these corners will change ever so slightly, but it should be less than 1 pixel in difference. Okay, let's do that, and then we want to find this point. No, this point. And make sure all these signs look good. Zoom out a little bit. I'm wondering if maybe it's subtle. Maybe we add up correctly. That's why I wasn't snapping quite right. One, two, three. One, two, three. Those are even. And why is this not? Here it is. Two in the line of ones, two in the line of ones. If I shift to here, the curve is different on each side. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. So that's not going to work. Let's manually do it. So if I do that, and then that, that, and then that, how does it look from a distance? That's not bad. Okay, we can do that. Line it up there, line it up there, and then we line it up there, and then pop that last one in. So now when we transition between unselected and selected, it's a little more obvious. It gets technically it's getting 2 pixels larger with a 1 pixel thicker border. So it gives it a nice little highlight. We can then create a new layer. That's not what I want. New layer. Name for layer 1 is background. Name for layer 2 is content. We know we want can we insert nope. Can we insert text easily? I don't think there's a way to inject text in here, but we could technically. Insert text, what do you know? RPG. Let's do a font of 14. I'm gonna just take a second to stretch my legs and think. Give me a moment. Had to think. I believe what we should do is take in first off. Let me adjust this. Let me just undo. Can I upsize this? I can. I think it'd be better to do insert text RPG on a. We did 14. Let's up it to 21. Better. If we do that, I think we need to introduce a background to these cards. For now, let's do a background. I want to do a fill. Hey, look, text tool. Paint bucket. I think this is just what we go with for now. Hmm, I don't like it. I want to add a little bit of color and flair to it, which means we need to introduce some sort of design to this um, coloration. So let's do it with. We can use color to indicate things. We're gonna have to think about that. I don't want to keep this as white. We're gonna put it as white now. We're gonna do that because the thought process I just had made me realize that I want to. How do I undo that? Delete frame. If I drag with right click, I can copy over. Delete frame. All right, so I don't know what this does. Whatever. Undo that. Here's the thought I had. We can use color to signify things, which means that we can use different background colors on our cards to indicate different aspects of our game. We will have to think about that because we can also use different colors in text. I think we should probably go with a neutral. Some neutral background color. do that. I think we just go with some neutral background color like this. Um, we are going to need to create quite a few of these cards. It's going to be real hard not to just use text for themes, mechanics, genres. Like I don't know how, like RPG, how are we supposed to do RPG as an image? You know what I mean? RPG is not terrible because we can just, if we really wanted to, we could do Dungeons and Dragons kind of swords and inventory and magic and crossing a sword and a scepter or something like that. But we start getting into like roguelikes. How do we define that as a mechanic in a understandable way? So I think we can get away with using imagery for our like mechanical systems as pictures below it, but then using text to define like game type stuff like that. We might have to do that. All right, let's save this. This is going to be our, I'm tempted to say, we do this as cards. Save. Can we file? Let's hide that. Here, let me just make another one. Let me lock this, unlock this. Rename this to RPG. This is the intersection layer. If we hide that, but then duplicate, call this, show this, call this RPG. Let's do action. That's not too bad. Sure, that's not too bad. And we can then change our text tool. I guess we can't modify that once it's in there. In that case, we'll do this. Maybe we can select. Nope. What if we erase? Nothing else should be affected in here. Okay, perfect. And then we do text tool. Pop that in. We call it font size 21. Our text of, can we not type while we're doing this? Well, insert text. We know this one works. Action, font size of 21, and boom. We need to choose black font. Action. Insert text. 21. Action. Okay. And then we can, why are you not showing me grid lines? action, and then let's duplicate cells. Move cell there. Delete frame. Link cells. And then this link cells. Alright, so now we should be able to file, export, sprite sheet. Merge duplicates, ignore empty. Let's open, export. And then we can export as. You can now be called action card. Export. If we then go here, toggle that off, toggle this on, and we export as sprite sheet, we export, and then we export as. Did I do card RPGs? No, RPG card. Boom. All right. Now, any changes we make to backgrounds, we just have to re-export all of them. Annoying, but fine. We now have 2 cards. If we want to render these, we can dump a card in here. Oh, right, we need to establish our texture manager. So, in here, get rid of that. We now have RPG card, and we have action. Let's do card underscore RPG, card underscore action. We are now going to implement we're going to rename these to match card action, card RPG. That way they're all the cards are grouped together. Card RPG, card action, card RPG, card action. We can go back to our scene manager. We no longer need that open. We can go back to our scene manager.cpp. We can grab this and do card underscore action and card RPG. Both of these should show up now. They are going to be overlapped. We're fine with that. We need to tweak our renderer right now. Oh, right, this is going to be a lot. Action, duplicate, RPG. This should get us rendering a card. Skin and ink work. That's an issue. In our selection, I'm not sure if you guys caught that, but when we were handling the selection within our game manager, it's able to, let me just collapse this down. It's triggering our long press followed by an immediate short press in rapid succession. So we're going to need to clear actions and prevent follow-up actions until we finish our cleanup. Let's add this as a or. This should at least keep it from trying to double select, which is what we just had happen. It was selecting on key down and key up. So we don't want that. That might be all we need, to be honest. I think we're going to need to handle our. I think the other problem we're having here is this is a problem. So if we go to here, this handles items like all the others, which means we are storing our entity as a reference point. The problem with button entities is we don't define any sort of indicators as to when we select card, we do this. So first off, this needs to be handled. So in our main menu case, a selection was made. Doesn't what selection doesn't matter. We do need to clear this reference though. Secondly, we have our target entity. So if we can bind our scene change to it, in all these cases, the current scene will determine the next scene. But for main menu, we have multiple options. All of these, we select a single card. We don't care. We just need to know what the card is because the card gets added itself. So for button entity, do you have anything on you that would indicate what you are? Technically, we store the text. I hate to do that though. This would effectively, so text entity has text. If we make this accessible, we could read that back. I don't like that though. In a perfect world, we have some sort of button enum that we pass around. We could then move all of our copy into one location to simplify that as well. Let's do that. Button entity now has public enum button type. because this would be new game settings exit. So button action maybe? And then we store button action as action with no default. We can then say when you provide, instead of providing text here, you provide a button action. Text has to be provided. So if we take this out and add this here and say, boom, this, is that how you would handle that? It's a super situation, so I don't, what's AI recommending? Is it all of them? Texture map. So, do we just need to call it? Will that make it happy? JavaScript world, I just call it with super. How do you call this dynamically so that we can set text based on action? Oh, new game. Can we do that? It has to be an integer or an enum type. You cannot use strings. Unfortunate. I mean, I could store it as a map, and then this becomes a map lookup, but running our switch cases on this becomes harder. I guess I could store it privately. It would be unordered map for button action to standard string. Yeah, I want that. And this will, I'm not gonna call it action map. You are going to be, let's take everything. I'll just rename it afterwards. Interesting. Action map. You're not an action map. You are label map. Sure. Call it label. Let's call it text map. Text map. And then grab you. Paste you back in here. Instead of passing text, we can delete, we can replace, not delete, we can replace this line with button action, action. And then instead of text, we're using text map dot at action. now, everywhere we're using button entity, which mostly should be in scene manager, button entity. So instead of text, we are now providing button entity, button action, action. Button entity, action. We'll go back here, and everywhere where you're, nope, everywhere where you're using the scene manager, here we go. Everywhere we're using this now needs to use action. Down here, everywhere we're using this, we now use new game, settings, exit. Should visibly render the same. But we can now look at target entity. Right, we need to dynamic cast. I want to do it inline. What's it? Dynamic cast. Yep, that. And then get action is not defined on this, but we can jump into here. Action is a public class, but it is a hidden field, so we do need a get action. Perfect. This will now get us back the action, and now we can do button entity new game will trigger this. Settings will trigger this, and exit game will trigger this. We can now map this nicely, which means we should be able to run this, assuming I didn't screw anything up. Everything should be linked together. Oh, right. You need to additionally set, get rid of this to do. You need to additionally set that. Oh, that's being set. All right, I'm not sure why we're getting that issue with our modulus. Let's clean this up with our switch case. Switch case on. Have we set targeted entity at this point? No. We can. I think once we have Okay, I think a couple things need to happen. This is defining our. I think this logic to get our items needs to be encapsulated so that we can reuse it to grab a current entity. I think what we should probably do though is in Scene Manager, we probably need to add a callback when scene is changed. I mean, it's only changed from here, so I guess we could add it here, but we'd need to add it up here as well. I think two things need to happen um, for this to work. One is set initial target entity here, and then also we need to update target entity when scene changes. So every time scene changes, we need to run the logic tied to here, which would be reset target if target entity is not defined, reset our index and then define target entity based on the options we have available to us, which would be this core logic for setting the default. And this is current, this is next. If I return the actual iterator itself, can I store an iterator? Okay, let me try that. If instead of setting, storing, or returning selected cards, we can, upon scene change, so I'm going to have a, no matter what I think, I'm going to have to introduce a scene change callback. So within Scene Manager, we're going to have to add, um, okay, we're going to have to copy this. This was so weird to do. Okay. Within here, nope. Within here, I need to define a public type that is um, scene change callback. Then down here, we can define a, let's do a singular callback because we only need one. I don't need to extend this past it. We're not making anything reusable, just referenceable. And then down here, I can add this here. And then when change scene happens, so in here, I need to update this to have that, and update that. So we have the linking, solves that problem, and then we need to go to here. So our scene was changed, so we call the callback. Okay. I don't want to use. Nope. I don't want to use void star for this. I want this to have a return value. We can just call it void. And then the incoming data isn't void. It is scene manager scene new scene. We can statically type this the entirety of this. I don't need anything special here. And then we need to change this so that it's just taking in the new scene. Yeah, that should all work. And then we also need to call this when we initialize, because we do set the default scene, right? Scene manager, so this is our constructor, blah, blah. We jump down here. This is all for our space icon. We then define scenes. Do we have a default scene? Should be a current scene in here. Main menu. Okay, so we do define the default scene, which means when the constructor runs at the end of our constructor, which again, scene manager. Scene manager. Here we go. Let's go ahead and define this with current scene. Just to be safe. Not equal to null pointer. We'll do the same here if this is not equal to null pointer. Let's go ahead and wrap this to be consistent. And then here, we should be able to provide this with a callback function. So let's go here and grab our type definition. When I define this in sprite. And I do add timer for my callback. Where's my callback? My callback is, so it needs to be a static. This is the response type, and then these are the parameters passed in. So just a relatively standard function. Got it. It just need to be static was the game manager.h. We can do a private. Let's do protected. It does it need a return value? I don't think we need a return. No, it doesn't even have a return value. We do need this though. It is a. Where's our. Hop in here. All right. Void. Scene changed. Call back, which takes in this. And then we can go into here and we can just define this. Let's define it right here. when the scene changes, we're going to call this, which means we need to pass this into here. Oh, right, I didn't make a static. We need to jump in here, and then this also needs to be static. Alright, it's fine with it now. Okay, when a scene changes, we need to find and store our iterator, which means this is no longer a entity. This is now a standard vector entity star iterator, which is sure. Can this? We'll just set it equal to null. No. What about null pointer? I don't think that's gonna work either. No. I don't know how to determine if this is an issue or not. Like if we, I don't know how to tell if we have a option selected or not with this. We'll just work with it and see what happens. Okay, so we should be able to take all of this, pop it out here. This is our texture manager. It has to be static. That's why we pass in. So if we go to scene manager and we change this, instead of returning that, we return a void star, which is our scene manager. We can then go to where we're using that callback. All right, it's going to be in this. We can go here, and instead of returning current scene, we can return this. And here we can return this. So it updates itself and then it returns itself. And so now here, we then update this to take in, it's a scene manager pointer to scene manager. This is a scene manager itself. So scene manager, get current scene, we'll dump this out. We can then, based on which scene we're looking at, grab the scene component that's relevant to us, which we'll then store into items. And next, now that we have items, we can This needs to return a value. This is going to be our iterator. I don't know how we can update our iterator otherwise. Void star. This is what it's got to take in. We then static cast it. This needs to be a... Nope, not that. This needs to be a void star. You are data. You are data. That's also okay. We're able to get our item lists if we then take items dot iterator. This should be to begin. Begin. Yeah, here's our iterator. This is now an iterator pointing at the first item. So if we then just set, the problem is what we can't do is set our game manager. We have no, because this is a static method, we have no reference point to this variable. So we can't just, boom. It's going to throw an error because this is a static method. So I would have to pass the game manager down as a reference back to itself, which is not, I don't want to do that. And this all comes from the fact that if we take static away from here, which solves the referential problem, and then we don't need this either. Boom, that's solved. But now we needed this to be static. Can I get away with just defining this? What if I drop this and change this? Oh, it needs to be a pointer. C++, how to define a callback function. We can use standard function. That's what we need to do. We can use standard function with lambdas. So we can store, where is scene change callback? Okay. So we can store this as a type of standard function taking in we don't return anything, so void should be fine. We just need to include functional. So if we then toss this in here, and then where we define scene manager here, we just need to update this to be consistent. And then in theory, here, if we change this callback to be actually, I don't think we need to change anything. We should be able to provide it with a lambda function now. So we just need to store it as a lambda function, which lambda functions in here are a little weird. So if we change this from a function definition to a variable definition that is defined as such, we can create that. It needs to take in void star data. All right, which means if we just call this void, we can do that, right? Yeah, okay. So you no longer send data. Where is scene manager? If we pop down here, you are now a void, not a void star. So we go here, you are now a void instead of a void star. Why are you complaining? Nope, that's fine. I no longer need to pass data in. We actually do want to pass something. This is not void. This is because we're using a lambda function, we don't actually need any data here. Yeah, we're just gonna leave it as is. Okay, which means in here, we now need to define our scene manager is now being passed in, so we don't need to worry about that. We do need to change uh, can we just leave this empty? Okay, that works. In our constructor, though, before we instantiate that, we need to bind our actually, what was this? Scene callback is binding on scene callback. Actually, that works out perfect, which should allow us to use this function now. We just just need to define said function within here, which we will define as a private function. Let's grab this. What if we inline it like so? Declaration is incompatible with standard function voids. It's because we're doing that. Then we change this like such. Okay, perfect. We now have a local function, a non-static function that we can reference everything within to make our updates. And to pass it along, we are binding this context to it. Now, in theory, we shouldn't have to do this, but it seems to, like, Lambda functions seem to be weird about that. Can we just reference it like so? Will that? No. It needs because this turns it into a Lambda function, so whatever. It should work though. That this context is being passed through, which should be the game manager. So within here, we have our pointer reference to scene manager because we established that literally right here. Then we have which this might be an issue. So we also want to probably, let's assert that we have scene manager. What's the assert.h? There we go. All right, so we should be able to assert now. So now we can check and make sure that we have a scene manager, or it will error out for us. We now can check all of our, we can do our item definition. We then return the iterator. This points to a start item. We then want to if selected option iterator reset previous selected entity state. If it's not equal to an entity, if it's not equal to an empty, so if it is defined, then we want to set it to idle, which this is an entity object, so we should be able to switch on pointer class type, but it has a type of standard vector entity allocated entity star star. Entity const star const standard iterator base. So can we just reference this as that? No. Must have pointer to class type, but it has type iterator. How to get item reference from iterator in C++. It says to use the dereferencing operator. Here, maybe I need to do this. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. So this will get us our type. We can now do case of button and case of card. I'm just gonna let it autofill the defaults in here. Default, break. All right, and then this is just setting things, right? Yeah, okay. I need to clean this up, but this gets us our button. So we have, if it's a button entity, we dynamic cast the dereferenced for button set state equal to idle. So this sets us to our idle state for buttons. This sets us to our idle state for cards. Can we cast to a card entity here? I mean, card entity has a set state through. Oh, right, it's on its sprite now. We now need to, one, deconstruct to clean up our sprite, and two, we need to set state. Um, we set state to that, which is going to be setting on the sprite, and this is a void function. Okay, so now this should have a set state. Boom, done. Clean this up. Okay, so convert to button, set state for button, convert to card, set state for card. We then don't do anything else for the rest of it. We shouldn't get any other cases that might complain. We'll see. So this is converting it. If it exists, it's converting it back to idle. We then create our new iterator. We now have an iterator, so we need to clone this down here, except we're now setting it to selected. So if we have an iterator, set the current value to idle. If we don't have an iterator, we skip. We then assign our iterator based on our current scene, and then we set whatever was assigned to selected. We can. Is all the logic for this good? Yeah, no errors in that. We then need to come back to the long press, but our short press is no longer relevant. We just need to. We need to increment this. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Give me just a moment. I'll be right back. Okay. A lot of this logic just straight up gets deleted. But watch out, buddy. Under the desk. Go on. Go on. Go lay down. Alright. We need to increment our iterator. So, but when we increment the iterator, I think we need to take the logic we wrote for our scene change callback. This logic, I think we just need to take this and we need to create a assign state, whatever. What are we calling this? We'll say this is the um, update entity state. It's going to take in the. Do we need items? We do not need items. It takes in the it takes in the iterator that we're looking at, and then allows us to update the state to a given entity state. This is going to be the hard part, is we want to provide either selected or idle. It can't be card state though. No. lies the problem. I guess I could do this as a ternary. Oh, right. Uh, yes. Button entity, button state selected. So when this is selected, this is selected. Otherwise, it's considered idle. Feels a little janky, but it'll work. Uh, Actually, in both of these cases, we don't even have to cast it. Actually, we do need to cast it because it's going to complain otherwise. So this is getting around our typecasting system, our typing definition. So that should work, which means we can provide this into here. First off, is it doing an if? It does nothing if there is no iterator. Okay, so it is safe. We can now call that, and we can pass in that, and we can call idle, and it will convert our current iterator's item to idle. And then we can repeat it down here. Update to selected. So this gives us our new iterator point, and then we update it to selected. Okay, which means that we just need to call these. Our short press is now these two functions, and we update iterator in between. Selected, option, iterator. This is not safe. All right, this asserts that our iterator is valid. Boom, and then we can delete all of this. We can now iterate through, which means in our game manager, we no longer need this. Okay, and then selected card is now pushing back the dereference of our current iterator. And we made a selection. So we need to delete. Can we just delete our iterator? I don't think that's how we clean up the iterator. Yeah, we have to take the full value. Oh, no. Selected option iterator. We then change scene. Change scene calls our scene change callback, which will update our iterator. We don't want to handle it this way. We don't want to clear this actually. Because when this scene changes, the first thing it does is sets the old selector to an idle state. which is important for us because we're reusing these. Um, and then it will define our new iterator. So this not only deselects the previous one, it updates our iterator and then selects the next one. The only problem with this is it assumes every scene has items, which is not a true statement. So we do need to handle the case where if items.empty, iterator is that, and then, yeah, we're going to need to do that. Else, and then we need to move this up into here, and then we can remove that return. So if it's empty, which is these cases here, because they don't have anything to select, so it never was overwritten from the default. So if it's empty, then we clear the iterator, which then would make the short circuit for us. Okay, and so we need this to not short press. We need this to not not fail out. So if, then return. So if there's nothing to select, then we just don't do anything. If there's something in the selection case, then we iterate through. Now we just need to handle looping. I need to store. I was trying to avoid this, but I think we need to do it. Selectable entities. We're going to have to manage this. And the reason we're going to have to manage this is because we need to do our looping. So if we scene change callback items, so instead of just items here, in all these locations, we replace this with our reference. But before all of that, we want, so we clear it, and then we update, and that way if we hit the end and it didn't hit an update case, it is empty. We then establish our iterator to default if it's empty, or the beginning otherwise, which means that we can iterate through if we're at the end, then we set it to the beginning. Else, the looping logic. I don't know why we're doing this. Specifically, I'm pretty sure this is still a valid element in the array. I don't think we need this case. I think that's going to actually cause us an issue. I think it's going to cause our loop to end one early. Okay, so we've got our case for looping through our items until we hit the end, at which point we need to set our iterator back to the beginning. This is why we need to start storing our items. So our short press action is now handled in a much more concise way. Then select card is used within here. We no longer have this. We have selected option iterator, which we need to use the dereference for. We no longer need to handle that. It's handled as part of our scene transition. This no longer exists. That should work. Let's try it. Extra qualification on member. Oh, duh. Copy paste. Looking good. Looking less good. Mod range hash. Default range hashing function used division. So I don't know why. Part of hash table policy. A couple things could have triggered that. I think this is tied to the logic we were working on with our iterators and stuff. What's selected cards? Oh, this is what we're storing, right? Um, we're just gonna have to look through the debugger. So when we're creating our button entity, we're passing in selected, unordered map with 2 elements, selected and idle, button entity selected, okay. We are giving it a texture, a position, button entity new game. Is this not instantiated at this point in time? Oh yeah, technically I can. All right, let me. If we could just const. Yeah, I thought that might be a problem. Let's merge it back in. We should be able to make it static const. Do we need to make it inline static const? Just throw all the flags at it. Okay, there we go. So this means it is in fact. So there is a case where it can call this before, and that's probably defined, or that's probably part of this being in the constructor and this not. Okay, so we need a way. We need a way to call this after we've finished our constructor. We just don't call it here. Because this is in fact still a function within this method, so we just don't call it in there. Instead, we call it here as part of our setup. Can we cycle? We cannot. SDL log. No iterator. And then we've got the case down here where we do have an iterator. And then we've got this case where we are SDL log resetting our iterator, and then we've got this case where we are incrementing our iterator, and then we'll jump into here and we will log out the updating the state to new state. I don't know if it'll let us print that out. Sure. And then we've got let's hop down here. That should be good. Let's try that. No iterator. Updating entity state from 0 or to 0, updating to 1. So this is working correctly, which means we have iterators at this point in time, which these calls are going to be inside of our callback. So this one succeeded, and then we cleared, and then we did the stuff, and then this one succeeded. It's weird this one did anything though. No, it did not. Let's pop in here and we will add a SDL log here. Let me collapse these to reduce horizontal space a little bit to just focus in on our transitions that are having issues. Okay, so that is our initializer. But then after that, we have no iterator reference. Which tells me this is succeeding. This has to be succeeding if this is succeeding. So at this point, we should SDL log no entities. SDL log sure. If this is never being fired, that would explain why we have it, although it wouldn't explain how we're getting this twice. Setting first selectable. So this is being fired. So this should be populated. Let's do it this way. Step over. We're not doing anything with our iterator in here, I don't think. We make sure that it's set. We get the type through the dereference. We set states on it. Yeah, I mean, we should still, at the end of this function, so if we set a breakpoint here. No. Technically, it should be this one. Okay. Our Iterator should still have a value. Still has the same A or 30A or 3AO ending value, so this hasn't changed. Button should be defined. It is a text entity, okay. Button is now selected. Okay. So this is going correct. Do we have... This is the full text map, so that doesn't help us. Oops. If we look at button, this is trying to set it for settings, it looks like. Either way, it shouldn't be clearing out. Even if this is incorrect and it's not setting the correct state, it shouldn't be clearing out our iterator, which is the main problem we're running into. So this is running correctly. It's a breakpoint here. We have an iterator. I'm an idiot. Well, that would explain it. We're just gonna stop that. Is there anywhere else in here I'm doing this? If iterator is not equal to this, move on. Assign it to that. If it's equal to this, don't move on. All right, that should fix the problem. There we go. Our loop back is a problem. Which means that if standard next on our iterator, next is equal to end, then we need to reset. All right, our selection logic is wrong. We can get rid of all of these SDL logs we have in here now. Should clean that up. Okay, so our entity select, or sorry, our showing what is selected is working, which means now we need to fix our long press. I don't like this. I don't want this. has a mirroring as well. Okay. So this is our current scene. Should be landing on main menu, at which point we dynamic cast to get action, which should be returning our action. Okay, so we're going to set a breakpoint here, and then we're going to set a breakpoint. It should be on new game here. What a break. Oh, right. That's why I had those mapped. So I didn't have to provide a pass through on. That being said, I think state here is game state. Does this have? Nope, I got rid of it from there. That's annoying. Game manager dot h. Alright, let's go back through that. Okay, so looking at this, we should have current scene. Let's continue. Step over maybe? There we go. Skipped all the way to the end. Interesting. What is our iterator? We do have an iterator. That's not what I expected though. It should be going into here, but it's not. So we'll put a breakpoint here. We'll put a breakpoint here. And then we'll put a breakpoint. I guess it's kind of all we can do. Able to perform action. We're looking at the selected option. have a selection. I think our problem is this casting isn't working correctly. So let's cast. In all of these cases, we don't do anything with it. Stop. If we store this as our undo, cut once. Auto pointer equals that. Ceiling's gonna complain about that, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. It doesn't like assignment within here, so we're just gonna short circuit this for now. We'll address it properly later. I just want to debug it first. Settings, exit, or unknown. Are we failing to assign action in here? Text map dot action. Oh, damn. Yeah, that's a problem. Okay. So if I just do action, and then we can just remove our breakpoints real quick. Run that. That should fix the problem. Whoops. Okay. So it is transitioning screens now. We are still having the same problem we had before, which means I don't. This is causing us an issue, by the way. So we are back to the problem we were having, although we cleaned up a lot of code. Now our problem is that it's transitioning between them and triggering our long press multiple times in a row. So I'll flicker the card and then move on. Yeah, it was triggering our push state. We were trying to push a card in, which means that we hit one of these card selected states. So we need to handle our event in our event handler. I think we need some sort of like cooldown system, maybe. Hmm. If I guess we could do a stack approach. Nah, it's gonna spam it. on key down, we set our timers, and then after a set period of time, I think this is all tied to our triggering of long press here. So if we let's bring back this. Okay. So steady space. So this needs to happen. This can still happen in here. Okay, so if we move this to, actually we've got it right here. If it's equal to 0, set it to ticks, set state to active. If it's less than or equal to 0, we just short circuit. If it's, because this is our do nothing case. Do we want less than or equal to? Key hold start should never be 0 when we're doing these transitions. If it's 0, it's been assigned here and it hasn't gone through here. If it's -1, it's never been initialized. So can we even assign it to -1? No, it should never be -1. So if it's less than or equal to 0, do nothing. And then here, if it's less than or equal to 0, do our assignment. It should default. Yeah, it defaults to 0. So this is telling us we had a key up event, but we never had a key down event, which means we never set active, so we don't want to do anything with it. This is saying we had a key down event, which fires multiple times while you're holding it, which is why we do this. So this prevents us from multiple handling of the key down event. We then go here. If our duration, so we key hold value is set, so now we can pay attention to our duration. If our duration is above this threshold and we've let off the key, long press, otherwise short press, and then no matter what, transition to idle state and hold start 0. So that's just if we have a 0 state somehow, this just corrects, or a negative state somehow, this just corrects it back to the state it should be in. So that should work. That's still working. There we go. Selection looks a little jank. We need to fix that for sure. If we hold on that, boom, transitions to the next screen. All right, we are able to transition between our states. So our state machine is functioning, our selector is functioning, our renderers are functioning. We just need to update the card layout, card.h, card entity.h. Let's try that again. We now have what do we say these for? If I look at this, Sprite properties. There we go. 112 by 160. So our width is 112. That's not weird. I'm pretty sure it's width and height. 112 by 160, which means we need to dip down 160 and 112 by 160. And then where our draw position needs to be updated. This is we're keeping it in the top left corner for now. They are still going to be stacked cards. That's not going to have been fixed, but we are doing this backwards. This needs to be transitioning. No change here. 112 here. It looked like it was toggling back and forth between those cards. It wasn't. It was showing nothing. I just noticed. So RPG unselected, RPG selected. And so you can see it just kind of insetting the border just a little bit. That back card is rendering over it, though, is why it looks like that. Now we need to, and if I hold select card. So now what we need to do is vertical align, or vertical and horizontal centering, which I want to do as part of our card entity state. But man, that's going to be a nightmare. I did provide this, though. This is going to be a nightmare because this contextually has no information about our renderer's size. I hate to hard code it in here. That's why I went through a bunch of work on this so that we didn't have to hard code it. But now I'm going to need to provide it into a function that this doesn't make sense in. I wonder. Can we just do static? Let's do static. So, in theory, I should be able to now include um, game state.h, and we can do game state window dimensions dot height. Yeah, is now accessible. Perfect. Okay, so we can do. We no longer have to hard code this. We can just provide it through this function still, and so this will allow us to do our height and width calculations so that we can center. So if I just for now let's do it as part of constructor. These are input details. This is what we want to determine on. So you are x then y, which is width then height. So width needs to be calculated as width divided by 2 minus 56.0 float. And then height, this should center our cards. They're still stacked, but they'll be centered. Undefined reference to game state window dimensions. Inline static. There we go. Okay. New game. Oh, I let off too soon. New game. I need, real quick, I need to change the framing on this. So let's, it's going to be under the spacebar stuff, which is all part of Sprite, which is being initialized in scene manager.cpp. And we now have our spacebar texture. You are iterating through this. You are duplicating on this. We no longer need that. Three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9. Should be fine. It is horizontally, vertically centered. Perfect. Now all we need to do is perform our offset logic. So the lowest effort offset our lowest effort offset should go first, which is, first off, we should probably create struct card dimension everywhere we're using 112 should take in our card dimension dot width. Type name is not allowed. Okay, well, we'll just store it in here as a inline static card dimension card, card dimension. Problem solved. All right, that gives us everything we need to run our calculations now. So you know what index you're at, which we assume is 0 based, and what count is. So we need to find, I'm also going to put static, we are going to gap, sure. So to find the leftmost spot for a card, we would multiply count times card dimension dot width plus gap minus gap. If there's 3 cards, there's 2 gaps. 3 cards, 2 gaps, but 3 width. So this gets us float total width. And so we know it's not until we go to render that we know how many cards are popping in. So we are going to have to recalculate this every time. But we know the float start x equals that, actually. Exactly that. So this is screen width minus total width divided by 2. So this gets our left position. We can then take start x plus equals that. So this will offset it per card based on the index. So position 0, leftmost, and then position right, or 1 will be card width plus gap, next card, so on and so forth. And then we just need to sprite. Nope. We just need to, yeah, that. X position, Y position doesn't need to change. So position Y, position width, position height. I think this would be easier if we just did position X equals to start X. That's probably the easiest way of doing that. Let's see if our card's offset now. Seg vault. Okay. Entity texture, sprite. Sprite is taking in this. So if I pop into sprite, right, card entity doesn't have a position, so why are you even letting me do that? This is sprite position. If we jump into sprite, we call it position. It's protected. Let's do this. We are going to create a private method that is a SDL3 pointer called position. It is a new SDL3 pointer, which is all of this. Just going to do that just to make sure it's right. And then here we will provide position. We can then set position x equal to start x within here. Nothing else changes. And we just need to set sprite set position position. And then the only thing we need to add is we should do some type safety on this. If sprite not equal to null pointer, if position, boom. This might be double deleting, by the way. We'll see. Double delete. Yep. Okay. So in our card entity, I'm gonna make a change to this here in a second for type safety, or for memory safety. But oh, double free detected. Set position, delete position. I need to remember everywhere that I call delete that I need to, unless with this being the exception, I need to ensure that it can no longer be referenced or it is referenced as a null pointer. Null pointer. Null pointer. This was being set to null for a reason. clearing map, we should probably call frames.clear as well, and then I can remove this. Just to be safe. And we're clearing, so that should do it. How are we still double deleting on this? We're not deconstructing our entity, so it shouldn't be calling this. Right, this is null, not null pointer. I don't think that'll fix our problem, but hey eggs, it did not. It's happening when we call set position, which is happening in our card entity. I know what might fix it. Okay, so we're storing this position. So instead, let's do I can't remember what I need to import for this, but unique pointer. Make unique. Memory? I think it's memory. There we go. Okay. And so now down here, where we do this, we call get, which should create a new pointer reference to our unique pointer. And then in our constructor, we also call .get. If I'm not mistaken, so for a unique pointer to actually provide it, you move it. And so if you call .get on it, I'm pretty sure this creates a new pointer reference to the pointer. Nope. I mean, it might. We're still double freeing this. I am going to risk the memory leak here just to see if the logic works. Oh, this is likely to be a memory leak for us. We need to resolve this. I mean, we know it's not because it's double deleting, so, but we want to make sure. Our cards are rendering correctly, and we can select them. We just need to figure out how we're double deleting position. We are unassigning it. SDL log deleting position. See if somehow both of these are being called. This deconstructor should not be running though. At least not where we're dealing with things. That's not what I expected. This is getting called twice. Sometimes, somehow this line is getting hit. SDL log set sprite position. Percent. I don't know how to distinguish between my two sprites here. Oh, let's do the percent %F. Let's do the index. It should be getting called twice, but it should be calling on two separate sprites. Set sprite position 1, deleting. Set sprite position 2, deleting. They are using a shared... Oh, I know what's going on. Nope, not entity. That's what's throwing me off. Okay. Unique pointer. Here we go. This shouldn't be a pointer. SDL F rect. Should be inline static const. I think that's what I want. And then we provide a new it's not valid syntax. Is that a valid syntax in here? Object destructuring. How do you do object destructuring? C++ object destructuring. That's not what I wanted to do. This does position deletion. So we can do SDL We can just expand it. That's fine. It's start x position dot y position dot width and height. That should solve that problem. Okay. We can now head over to Sprite, which calls entity, which has some SDL logs in it. We can delete that, and we can delete that, and then we can save and close out. All right, we now have a way to render out cards onto the screen. A way to handle selection dynamically. We have our state management all tied into our dynamic selection and tracking. So there's a tiny bit of logic that still needs to be added. Some HUD elements and things like that that might not make it. Uh, I think I might call it here for the day. It's a little bit earlier than I would like to, but that brain fog's starting to get rough on me. Been slowing down throughout the day. Definitely getting coming down with something. Um, so I think I'm gonna try and rest a little bit, and then I'll jump back in on it. Probably off stream. I just tend to get a little bit more done when I'm working off stream, so I will. Let's make a list. This is the big one. I need to add card sets. I need to add card sets for all of the different things. I need to verify the card logic, and how that is setting. Um, we kind of did that through our callback stuff that we are doing earlier. So all of this should be wired to work. I'm just lacking in content essentially. And then I'm probably going to trim back. I'm probably going to have to for time constraints because again, this needs to be done early afternoon on Sunday. So it's pretty much whatever I can get to tonight while not feeling great, and then tomorrow while probably still not feeling great. Let's be honest here. Uh, we need to go through. We're storing our actions. We just need to update the state and store it into. So I'm gonna have to create a entity for updating game manager. I think we logged in here. Vector of vectors to track game to selection. We have to do this. I'm likely gonna have to tone down on our state logic. We're going through a lot of iteration cycles, so for now I might remove timed events and RNG events. I have them scaffolded out in here. It's just going to be random triggers, but this, yes, it removes a lot of the variety and options and things like that. I also need to trigger a hidden state. Right now, we always render all cards. That's going to be a problem. have a visible flag in there. I'm going to need to do something with that, I think. For now, I think we're just going to always show the same cards. I'll handle hiding and showing random, like the randomness we'll handle later. But for now, I want to show them all just because I want to get in the minimal set and be able to see us transitioning between the cycles. So most likely we're going to drop these triggers. Um, we are probably going to have to trim down or remove. I'm probably going to remove settings. We're probably not going to get to music. I'm probably going to remove the cycle unlock stage. We might not have this even. Like we're just going to start cutting some of these cycles and boiling it closer down to the bare bones on our iteration so that we can get content in there, the minimal content to make a game loop. Because right now we don't even have a game loop. Um, Not having a game engine really slows down progress on this. So it doesn't help that I'm not feeling great and we missed 3 days already. So we're a little behind the curve on this. If we had a little bit more time, it wouldn't be too bad. I want to get it to some point that we can deploy, like get it into a submission state. It doesn't have to be great or anything, but I want it to be submitted. Um, if we're not happy with where it ends in the submission state, we got 5 days before the next game jam. That 2 of which I plan on taking off for Christmas stuff, but that will still be 3 days and some hours that we can fiddle around with things on stream. But for now, we're kind of in that crunch period because I think end of day tomorrow is essentially when or sorry, end of day Sunday. Well, 4 p.m. Sunday, so about now. itch.io. Let's look at the one button. Four p.m. for us, or for me. So about an hour from now, 49 minutes from now on Sunday. So we got 2 days and 48 minutes. This is the time remaining, and we still need pretty much all of our content and about half of our game loop logic in place. So it's gonna be a bit tight. Like I said, I'm probably gonna hop off, eat something, rest for a little bit, hopefully get feeling better, and then tonight I'll try and tackle just churning out duplicates of cards, renaming, and getting the logic loop in place because I'll do it on my laptop, which I don't have Sprite and stuff like that installed, and it's really difficult to do on my laptop anyways. Um, so effectively, I want to get through the logic side of everything. That way, even if it's just you know complete and utter placeholder cards, um, like even the text and everything on it is wrong come tomorrow. I want it to be in a state where like it'll be hard to tell what you're doing, but logic is there. Um, it'll give me a chance to flesh out some cards and things like that. So I want to get the content and the core gameplay loop done tonight. That way, come tomorrow, it's mostly focused on the polish. So effectively, I want to get through, minimal content for cards, finish off our core game logic. Then we can start working on polish. Um, I want tomorrow. This is what I want to do tomorrow. So that means tonight I need to finish out our core game loop and get at least placeholders in for all of the cards. This is also going to include balancing some things. I also need to think about what stats we want to use. One of the ideas I had last night, I phrased this in a specific way. Let me pull it up. Oh, so when it comes to the setup phase, which if we go to scene manager, that would be the new cycle, not new game. New cycle is your requirements gathering. New game, it'd be one of these two. What it came down to is that the thought I had is so for on the iteration loops when we're talking like timed events and those kinds of things. It was a two part. So on the day cycle, when you're iterating, you'll draw a card, you'll get some options, and they can have it's how your progression works. And so we might shuffle in a few or add a weighted random. I'm not sure how I want to do it just yet. Of what would be the equivalent of like strikes and defends from Slay the Spire. That's just your standard progress. Um, to offset that, and this might be something you have to unlock or add to your deck through the unlock phase, I think it would be interesting to add in a. I'm having a thought on the card system. I think I just had an idea that'll solve some of these problems for us. Anyways, um, on the it'd be interesting to have a mechanic in here like this, like overtime. And so instead of earning 10 progress towards a project, you earn 15 or 12 for the day or whatever we balance it out to be. But it comes at the cost of like so you gain increased productivity at the cost of developer satisfaction. Like so you're having to manage your progression on completing the project with your like how happy your developers are. And if they get too upset, then they might quit, which would ruin your overall progression. And so you could have like a day off kind of thing where it would cut your progress in half, but it would increase their satisfaction. So that would give us those kinds of flexibilities. But we could also do it where you can get. I think this would probably fit best as a game modifier, but you would get a game modifier of like, or actually, it'd probably be best as a cycle modifier, um, being that you can get one that is like a passion project or something like that. And so, for the duration of that project that you're working on, if you were to use overtime cards, then it has a reduced downside or negated downside. So instead of so it doesn't decrease developer satisfaction for the duration of that project you're working on. I think that would be an interesting one. So giving the ability to use specific cards that you can unlock or maybe gain access to, or maybe this is the unlock, I'm not sure. And having like they have an upside and downside for how you do your progression, but then offering randomized ways to mitigate or reduce that downside. I think that'd be an interesting way of handling it. I might have to change how we're storing our cards. I might store the. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about it. But I need to rest for a little bit, get rid of some of this brain fog, and then I'll be able to actually think about it. I'm really hoping to get through this tonight because that would be huge for tomorrow to focus on polish. Because if I can't tonight, then tomorrow is going to be getting through this, and which means we only have a few hours on Sunday to do polish, which wouldn't be ideal. But, all right. Well, thanks for joining me. Like I said, I probably won't stream this weekend. I will probably stream Monday, give you guys an update, show you guys where we landed on things and all that stuff. And then if we want to keep working on it, we can. So expect, be looking forward to that. I might stream a little bit of video games if I'm feeling up for it, and some of my friends hop on. But most likely, I'm going to be working on this so that we can get something published for the game jam, even if it is simplistic. So yeah, if it's looking good come next week, then we might continue working on it for a few extra days before I take downtime for the holidays. If we're happy with the submission state that we're in, or it's just not something I think is worth working on further, I might switch over and work on one of the little side projects so we're not, you know, or maybe refresh my Godot. That might be what we end up doing. I think I'm going to be using Godot for game development from this point on. Um, Mainly because I want to fiddle around with some things that the setup, just the setup alone, would take the next couple of weeks in what I'm doing to even get to the point where I could start playing with it. I did accomplish kind of what I was looking for with this as well. I have a pretty solid understanding on why and how they're doing like sprite animation and those kinds of things from a more fundamental level. Um, And I can also continue to use C++ in Godot, although I will probably be switching back to Godot or GD script just for simplicity until we need this. The one thing I didn't get to that I really kind of wanted to work on in C++, and I think it might just make more sense on a later project anyways, that's not game development wise, is I want to spend some time doing some multi-threading. I'm a huge fan of it. I like how it functions. I like asynchronous nature of programming, and I liked working in those settings. So I really enjoyed my time doing that back in college. And nowadays, when I'm building web applications, it is something that I rely on heavily to keep the main thread as clean as possible. It's just not true multi-threading. It's like async parallel processing more so. It's like multitasking more so than multi-threading. Um, so I want to get back to the roots on that one kind of thing. But like I said, expect maybe some game streams this weekend. Probably not. Come Monday, I'll show you guys what we were able to build, what we submitted, and how it looks, and then we can move forward from there. But once again, thanks for joining me. Thanks for chatting. It was fun, and I will see you guys Monday.